Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to Armada Mondays, where we've got ourselves more of the Kirubutai. This is Kaga right here, another one of those crazy converted aircraft carriers. And this one was extra weird because this is the one that used to have the 3 decks. Yeah, this it's like they converted it twice. And we still have more casemated turrets here just barely above the waterline. It's just so crazy. You can tell it's definitely another one of those battle cruiser hull conversions right here. So Armored Wolf, that's really wild. I remember that one time when we were doing that walk and we saw Falcon pouncing on something and he was looking at us going, yeah, you want some of this? So that's when we started walking the other way. Hey there, Landras. Nice to see you again. Geez, Landras, I forgot to ask how the printing was going because that is quite the city that you've got going on there. But we're not going to do anything terribly earth-shattering here. We got the ice blue going again. That's going to get mixed here, this time with the Mars black. What's crazy is that there's one of those amphibious ships, Landras, that is named Kaga. Yeah, they sort of renamed renamed a lot of current ships after some ships that, well, again, part of that underwater navy thing going on. I'm glad that that's been working out so well. Again, I don't want to jinx anything by mentioning it too often, because you know that's what's going to happen. Yeah, this is just each of these carriers is so weird and so different. To talk about some sponsons here. Yeah, those aren't supports. Well, they are supports, but they're supports for the sponsons. They're not printing supports. That's just nuts. And of course, like all Japanese carriers, we got we have a lot of freehand that we'll be doing on the deck here. Hey there, Dark Horse. Happy Monday. I hope that you're doing well as always. Great to see you again. Hey there, Ghost. Nice to see ya. So this one is Kaga. Again, another one of those converted ships. And remember, it used to have the 3 decks forward. And then they changed that to one long flight deck. Well, Andras, geez, well, you know, I can't wait to see that. That's going to be really, 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 really awesome. So yeah, Landras, that's going to be super cool. Now, I guess it'll make it easier to play with too. Then you wouldn't have to just have like all the regular lighting on it. You could just have it be whatever. So great to see you again there, Dark Horse. Yeah, I was prepping some other ships. Let me see, do we have it over here somewhere? Oh, also, I think this might be Thursday's stream right here. I can't quite guarantee it, but I think depending on how this fits on camera, we'll try and maybe paint the Sneaky Snake here from Titan Forge. So that might be our Thursday stream. I'm actually trying to get a bunch of hobbitses ready. So that might be our Friday/Saturday stream. Some more hobbitses. Those are the printing goes ever on ones, plus the farm animals. Since we've been painting all that terrain, right? We got 6 hobbit holes painted. I actually have 2 more printed out, so I actually have 3 more hobbit holes. 1 from Conquest Creations, and 2 from Printing Goes Ever On. So yeah, Ghost, this is... So that's a Kagi from last week, and now we're doing Kaga here. And of course, we got freehandy stuff that we're going to have to do on this, of course. We're going to do this stuff, then we'll get the water, then we'll try and do some of our darker glazy things if we need to. I'm glad that you were able to get that move completed there, Ghost Agent. Moves are challenging at the end. The best case scenario. That's like the best case for moves. Usually, it's not the best case scenario. Hey there, Velfira. We actually have ourselves another member of the Kirubutai. This is Kaga. I've actually got a couple of cruisers ready to go, and I got a couple of destroyers ready to go. I've got one more cruiser that's already printed out. Then there's I think maybe a couple of light cruisers that I got to print out yet. So it's going to be, I think next Armada Monday is going to be a whole batch of cruisers. Dark Horse, I need the Hobbit hole stuff for my photography, if that's okay. Yeah, I need that to be able to do all the that's why the Tomb King stuff. Where obviously I won't be playing Tomb Kings, but I need the Hobbit hole stuff. Dark Horse, of course, I can always print out. I know that's the nice thing about it, right? Dark Horse is those are all printable. So actually, well, Dark Horse, is there one that you had a preference for? That's the question. Because there were 6 of them. Now I can always shoot you the pictures, and then because it might be hard to remember, just kind of offhand. But remember, we got the blacksmith shop. We've got, well, Bilbo Bananigan's house, of course. Then we've got the stable. Then we got the lumberjack's house. So yeah, we'll be needing those hobbit holes, but I can always print up more. Actually, the stuff from Grey Wolf Studios showed up today. A whole bunch of flock and foliage stuff. So that is we're going to be utilizing that. Yeah, we'll just clean this guy out here. Going to be utilizing that for my hobbit hole video. So yeah, Ghost Agent, we're going to do the same thing that we did for Akagi here, of course, with the water and everything else. I'm just going to try and go a little bit lighter here. And I know I've got, this is the one I'm looking for here. So yeah, Dark Horse, the stable one. Well, of course, for that, we've got all the cows, right? We got chickens for that. Oh yeah, it's the same anti-aircraft turrets that we saw on our. Yeah, just a couple of the turrets on that side. Yeah, Ghost Agent, I know that that is, well, it's a challenging thing to get that thing taken down, and then an even bigger challenge to get it set up again. Actually, Velfair, I'm hoping, I know you are too, that you can get your area set up again at some point there. I just think that would be super relaxing for you there, Velfira. I think it would be super relaxing if you get that thing back up and running again, and you can at least just kind of do some stuff there with the projects. And let's do this here. Maybe, you know what, let me just get the paint out of this brush here, and then we'll take our white to it. Let's take our white to it here. Now, I did put up the latest Patreon video earlier today. There's something going on with the stupid editing software, where now it takes 4 times as long to render the same video. No idea what's going on there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. I could certainly use one of these right now. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So, Grand Oracle, hopefully this weekend doesn't involve too much driving around. And, of course, more swim meets, but it probably does. So, oh, Grander, gee whiz. Oh, I think I sent you. Hey, Velfair, did you saw the pictures of the Lord of the Rings themed cats? They kind of remind you of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, don't they? So I'll have to try and pick up those files, and we'll try to get those files printed out too. Because, well, reasons. Let me get a touch of thinner on that. And where does that go? That goes right before the elevator here. Get some of this brown in there. Pop that along here. All the way down to this elevator, but not on the elevator, just like with a Kagi. Well, I'm glad at least you got the printer back up and running there, Grand Oracle. Thank goodness for small favors, right? So yeah, no idea what is going on with the Sony editing software, because all of a sudden the rendering time went up exponentially. It said something like it's got 2 channels. I did not do that setting, and I cannot turn that setting off. There was nowhere to go to turn off that particular setting, which is even more of a mystery. Ghost Agent, yeah, this is from Cocos Models. He does really fantastic stuff. We've done a ton of ships already. We've done a massive US fleet. We've even done a decent little squadron of Italian ships too, the Regia Marina. And of course, here's some of our other. So that's the Issei in battle carrier form. We actually did 2 different versions of that. So Dark Horse, this is those same handles from Battlecraft Supplies that we've been using that have come in so handy on the big stuff, right? The terrain, the whatchamacallits there, the large scale figures, the busts. Alrighty, okay, so now we've got that little bit of wood texture in there. Now let me see if we can do something with the water here. Where's that Prussian blue? More Prussian blue. That'd be fantastic, Ghost Agent. Well, I hope it goes on, and I'm sure it'll be very fun as well. Alright, here we go, getting our water underway here now. Thanks, Ghost Agent. Appreciate that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, hopefully it behaves the way you want it to. I just don't think I'll be getting a second one of those. As much as well, we gotta have one here. But yeah, won't. I think we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens in 2025. Who knows? maybe the X1 Carbon will be even cheaper. Sorry, when the new one comes out. Okay, well, I was looking at this, and I'm like, we need a little bit more of our green in here. And remember, this is all just dry brushy stuff. Here we're continuing with the oils like we always do. Get this into the, then we're going to have to get into our churn at the stern here. And then, of course, our regular seawater is more of the indigo. So you can see what it is we've got going here. Hey there, Elite. Nice to see you again. I hope everything is fantastic there, Elite. Let me just move this stuff out of my way here so that can go like that. So happy Tuesday there, Elite. Glad that everybody's doing relatively well here. Nope, I'm gonna get me a little more thinner. And now we got all of our interior hydrodynamics to deal with here. Alright, we'll keep going with this. Continue to lighten up back here at the stern. And remember, the water stuff is actually sculpted on here. We'll probably have to get some more of the fast matte white out here too. So I did, again, don't blink, it's going to change quickly here. Yeah, we'll lighten that up a little bit more back in here. So Valfair, hopefully you're feeling a little bit better there too. And I know that there's been a lot of mustard going around there for quite some time. And I know you would like to have a little bit less of that. No, I'm just going to hit this. Let me get some of this stuff out of here. So again, just 17 minutes in. We've really kind of set the stage here. And now we kind of continue. Let me get some of the fast matte white going. Also thin down a little bit too, I think. As we also say hello to Midwest Miniature Guy, MMG, how you doing? Everybody please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. And of course, Midwest Miniature Guy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know you had just finished your stream. So unless you ski-daddle off to that photo booth, it might be something like, say, some work-in-progress stuff, if it's a Discord, Insta, whatever. And yes, it is Armada Mondays. What does that mean? It means that we are back to doing some of our 1800 scale ships here. Last week, we actually did Akagi and also Nagato. Yeah, we did both of those. Now we've got Kaga underway. So again, this was one of our ships from the last stream. And we also, let's see. I think this is, yep, this is Nagato here. So that was one of our other ships, and as you can see, we're getting down to our water effects right now, which are actually sculpted on there. We used heavy gloss gel to sculpt that, and of course we've got tons of different ships that we've done already. We've got an Italian Navy, we've got a really big US Navy, that's the Essex right there. We're also going to be doing the British Navy, French Navy, everything else. And of course, we have been painting on stream. We've done 6 of these hobbit holes. This one just happens to belong to Bilbo Bananigans right there. Yeah, that's one of our hobbit holes. We painted this on the last stream. And there's your toasty interior right there, nice and cozy. The way hobbits is like it. So everybody please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. And of course, again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That would be sensational. I didn't get a chance to see what you were painting on stream. I'm sure it was great. We'll be taking our blending brush to this in a sec. Boy, oh boy, that is one of the lowest. I mean, it makes the HMS Hood freeboard astern look just positively skyscraper-ish. I mean, this is a low freeboard back here. Man, oh man, oh man. Well, I mean, that's all these crazy converted battle cruisers for you. And remember, there was a configuration where this had 3 decks forward, which was then consolidated into one. Of course, that was in the era of biplanes, which didn't need as well, even for landing, they just did not need that kind of didn't need that kind of space. Oh, that's fantastic, MMG. Now, if you wanted to share some other stuff in the chat, previous things that you were working on, please go ahead. At some point, I've got to try and get the some of the Shatterpoint stuff. I've got at least 3 figures prepped. There's a ton more that still have to be put together and based. Those other 3, those still have to be based as well. So now in the turn at the stern, we're going to try and get some lighter stuff working in here. Like you do. I'm just waiting for all this to set up here, then we can start doing our free hands up there. So yeah, Elite, he also did the narration of the Lord of the Rings books. I think it was September of 2023. I think it was September of last year. Or September of it was September of 22, I think maybe, is when those, when those came out. He's also going to be the director for the 2 Hunt for Gollum movies, I guess they're in 2025 and not 2026. Well, one of them at least in 2025. He does like doing the voices, that's for sure. So yep, he is on tap for doing the directing, I guess, for those Hunt for Gollum movies. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, here it's a little weird because we have the massive changes coming to MESBG because of GW getting the rights to the movies again. Not quite sure how that's all going to play out. So, yep, Elite, we've been talking about the War of the Rohirrim movie. That's coming out December 13th. And then you have the 2 Hunt for Gollum movies. Now, I believe that Viggo Mortensen is going to be playing Sauron in the Hunt for Gollum movies. Get a little bit more of this here. And we'll get a few little bits of light here on our water. And where is that? Here it is. We just were using this. We're going to use this as a blending brush now. Again, it happens quick. Yeah, Grant Oracle, just those, whatever characters are going to be in the, in this War of the Rohirrim, where there's like a snow troll and a couple other orcs or something like that. Of course, they're Forge World, and I'm sure that the 3 of those together are going to be 200 and some odd bucks. We're not going to be going for that, especially since we already have like multiple sets of hill and snow trolls just from Diwali and Kurzlik alone. So we're just going to get, this has a bit of thinner in it right here. Then I'm going to take another brush and we're going to use that as a blending brush. Alright, we did that. Now another one. Yeah, Grand Orca was a little bit like the Fansville commercial, where it's all aboard the hype train and everybody's happy and everything's going on. And then the one kid looks at his phone and says, "Oh no, our starting quarterback got injured in practice." And then the engineer he hits the brakes on the hype train. He says, "All right, everybody off the hype train." Hopefully that's not the case with MESBG, but I could see it going that way, especially because there's no guarantee that these movies won't end up being like The Hobbit, because that did not sell those figures. Yeah, the Hobbit version of MESBG, that did not do so well. It also didn't help that they made it way, way, way more overpowered than the other parts of the game. Huge surprise that happened with GW. I know that's a total shock to almost everybody out there that that would happen. Got to get the meatball out here. That is oh, it's we're almost right at the elevator here. All right. That is one monster meatball. It's way bigger than the one on Akagi, that's for sure. We'll keep going this way. Alright, I'm going to say that's about how big that's got to be. Now we're going to try and take some of our lighter. Nah, it's got to have some of this in it to tone that down. We're going to get some of our brown in that too. There we are. That's it. We're doing this before we do any of the linear markings, which those will be adventurous, no doubt. Yeah, well, I haven't seen those. Well, what was the last movie that I saw? I believe it was, ironically enough, it was the Midway movie. I think that was either 2018 or 2019. That is the last movie that I ever saw in any theaters, for sure. That, I just can't tell you when it was, but I know that was definitely the last movie that I saw. No, well, you know what? Let me get that red back over here. That will just go on the aft part of the deck here, like so. It's not quite like our barbershop navy, but they do like their red markings on the sterns of their ships. Where's our... Is this it? Yeah, here it is. Speaking of our Regia Marina, there's the Roma. Have we got this sufficiently tight? I think so. Now we've got one other... Oh, geez, there's another stroke around this elevator. I think it goes... Yeah, this goes right before the elevator there. This one's right after the elevator. And then there's one amidships. Still a little bit closer to this one by the mid elevator. And then we got one over here that is after this elevator. So Elite, if I can somehow manage to go see the War of the Rohirrim movie, that would be the very first one that I have seen in a theater since 2019. Movies really aren't my thing, so that has a little bit to do with it. Theaters tend to be way too loud and raucous for me. If they tone the volume down about, I don't know, 80%, it would probably be a much more enjoyable experience. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm going to do this now. Yeah, most of the activity on this really is going to focus on all of the freehand on the deck here. And of course we can do lots of corrections on this. Because, well, that's the benefit of the oils. Well, one of many. And of course, by this time tomorrow night, if it's not completely dry, it's going to be mostly dry. I'll at least be able to handle it pretty easily. So, Valfair, hopefully not too much Monday in your Monday. Again, today was, well, I think I maybe got to sleep at 8-something o'clock again because of all the weirdness with the rendering. Something that should have been pretty much rendered by, I don't know, 7:20 in the morning technically didn't start until 7:45 because of that weirdness going on. And again, that's something with, oh, let me see, that's going to come right here. Something's going on with Sony Vegas. Now maybe I'll restart the machine, of course, again. And maybe it won't be weird. So as you can see, we kind of sketch this in, and we're just sort of dragging this along here. Now, on the plus side, we have the deck texture that he tried to sculpt in here, so I can almost use that as a bit of a guide. You can see this sketch right here it's almost a little bit like I'm just trying to do some weathering or streaking on there. That's just so that in case maybe it doesn't quite go where I really want it to, it's going to be very easy to make the adjustments to it. We'll continue that here. And hopefully this goes almost right to the edge of where I stopped this time. Boy, it's going to be pretty darn cool. Look at that. Look at that. That was a pretty good guesstimate right there. And then that goes all the way back here. All the way to the stern. Actually, that's got to be moved up a little bit here. Something like that. So thanks to Midway for posting a link to the YouTube channel. We did put, oh gosh, not the eagle. It was, what was it that we just put up on the YouTube channel? It was it one of the Hobbit holes? Oh, it was the ship, the Elf. Speaking of ships, yeah, it was our 28mm Elven ship. That's what we put in that. Not an Elvis ship. It was not an Elvis ship. It was an Elven ship. Because if it was an elven ship, they would probably be much more portly and they would be wearing jumpsuits. So this cuts, yeah, right through that part of the elevator there. And that only goes to here, and then it changes. This marking will change. It's going to shift over this way a little bit. So again, Midway's Miniature Guy, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know you probably want to get yourself to sleep there, because it's almost 11 o'clock here for us. So yeah, if you wanted to catch some shut-eye or something like that. That is going to go right about here. Then we got to do one down that center, because we're not done with doing these long lines. How you doing there, Majar? Nice to see you again. Happy Armada Monday / Tuesday. I really wanted to make a joke with this one ship. Let's see, I don't know where that is. I think it's probably positioned over there. It's one of the cruisers, and it was, let's see, it's Taako. And I wanted to make a little bit of a jest about Taco Tuesdays there. I mean, technically, we do still stream until Tuesday, so we could still. We'll just save that one. We'll save it for next Monday, because I'll try to have at least 2 cruisers or 3 cruisers ready for Monday. Majar, actually, hopefully your day went a little bit better than that last stream, where the day was a bit of a rough one. I know it ended up on a little bit of a better note, but here's hoping that this today went pretty well for you. Now, again, we're also going to have a darker gray on this one than we've had on some of the other ships too. Just throwing it out there. Now, this is wow, that accidentally turned into a square. It needed to be a square, believe it or not. Almost Da Vinci style, needed to be a square for this circle. You could swear it's almost like a helicopter pad or something like that. Now again, the current day Kaga is one of those kind of helicopter retrieval amphibious type ships. So Landrest, I forget how many spools. Was that 2 stacks of 10 spools there? Because it looked like it was 2 stacks of 10 side by side. I think I've got a stockpile of about 24 of the Elegoo rolls right now. Sadly, it's back to $49. It was at 42 for a while. However, since we have a decent stockpile, I'm just, well, I would imagine there's a lot of things on Black Friday. Oh yeah, the other thing I'm hoping is that maybe I can snag a larger monitor on Black Friday, because that is something that we just for the chat here, so that I can see around, because the camera boom is more and more ending up blocking the chat, because we're doing bigger and bigger stuff. So I need to find out. I'm looking for some, at least like a 30-inch monitor or something like that. There was one that was kind of on sale, and then all of a sudden it went off. So I just threw them in my cart. We'll see how things go for Black Friday. If one of those suddenly drops 20-30%. So yeah, Grand Oracle, we're looking at about, let's see, 4 rolls for $42. I mean, I guess if you include the tax, you're basically looking at $10 a piece. So somewhere in that neighborhood. Now I'm just gonna move that over. Does it go all? Yep, it goes all the way to the stern, just like all the other ones. Yeah, Grand Oracle. The sale price when I get it is always $42. And now sometimes I've had I guess you could say longer waits for it to go from the 49 to the 42. I'll tell you this, if it goes from 42 to say, I don't know, 40 or perhaps even 38 or 39, I'm going to jump all over that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I don't buy it. I think there was one time I got it at the 49 because it hadn't gone down to the 42. But now it just kind of regularly drops down to the 42. And that is definitely something I try to capitalize on. That's one of those things where, the stuff that comes in via Twitch, that's what gets things like the new files, the STL files, and obviously the paint and the other stuff that we experiment with on our color theory and oils and such. All right, let me get this one. A little more here. And then these are more horizontal oriented stripes. And I'm just going to go like this, and then we'll alternate here. Hey, Obi-Wan, welcome back. Still can't find those droids that I'm looking for. Well, this is not the droid you're looking for. It's like, no, don't know what. It's like kind of seems weird to have a ship out in the desert here, doesn't it? So how you doing there, Obi-Wan? Nice to see you back. There we are. Now this is still the ice blue. We're not using our fast matte white yet for this. So we can still go lighter than this. And remember, it's super easy to make adjustments to freehand with the oils, because you can quite literally just sort of wipe things away. And again, we're 43 minutes in. You'd think that we didn't have to sketch in any more freehand, but oh no, there's more. There is still more. Because we have this over here, which is not the number 4. Just throwing that out there. Does this come about? Yeah, I think it's about halfway here. Not as many of these as there was on Akagi, which had 3 of them. Well, 2. So yeah, we had 2 big versions of those on Akagi. Obi-Wan, well, we don't want to jinx the printing. We don't want to jinx it, so we say nothing about the printing until it's over. Yes, we don't say anything about it, because that usually means doomsday to say anything about the printing. Okay, so now that that's been sketched out, we're gonna start going a little bit stronger now. Still not using white yet. This is all just the fast matte, or sorry, this is all just the ice blue. I'm pushing it this way also too at the same time. And of course all of your IJN characters, for the most part, had the unique funnel directed down like this. Obi-Wan, that's fantastic. Sometimes that happens later than sooner, doesn't it? Yeah, you'd like for that to happen a little quicker. I did print out the first few sculpts from Loot Studios, the Arthurian stuff. I think it was Guinevere, Arthur, and Morgan Le Fay. I've got the Lady of the Lake files ready. Those are going to get started up overnight tonight. I just sadly ran out of time to try and start those up before the stream. So we'll have to do that afterwards. You know what? That's just got to go all the way to the end of the deck. There we go. Now, I don't have a Discord, Obi-Wan, since most of my activity is always on either Instagram or on Facebook. Eventually, I'm hoping to be able to do some Discord stuff once all the stuff, the work on the house is done. That's when we can finally maybe start to do that. So yeah, things like the Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, those take up a lot of time just by themselves. Doesn't leave a whole lot of time for say Discord. Does that go? Yeah, we're gonna say that goes all the way to the end of the deck. And then we got some more crazy lines here on the elevator. Third line in there. Now, thanks, Obi-Wan. Appreciate that. And Obi-Wan, if you wanted to share some of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry if I spaced on that and forgot to mention that. As I've mentioned a few times, the brain has not been in high functioning mode the last month or so. Which is why this is going a little bit haywire here. That's not quite how that was supposed to work out. We are going to try and take some of our darker gray and, well, actually, wasn't too bad that it moved forward just a little bit. So yeah, Obi-Wan, lots and lots of image processing and generation has to happen for things like the Insta and the YouTube and everything on the Patreon page, of course. That's another thing we spend a whole bunch of time on. And the next 2 days we will be filming. I'm going to be taking those same hobbit holes that we were talking about. Those are going to get all their flock and foliage and everything else. Obi-Wan, printing when you can. That's always the smart thing to do. That's what I try to do. Is even if it's something I know I may not get to for potentially a year or two, I just print it anyway, just so that it's all good and ready to go. I'm gonna shorten that a little. Now we're going to try and lighten up some of this over here. Let's see if we can make that happen. All right, Velfir, Give me a second here, Velfira, because I think it'd be interesting to see a film noir on this, on Kaga here, and also on Akagi. So before you head out, just give me a second here, and then we can do that. Alrighty. So we'll just get these in position here. And a quick little film noir. Taking those colors away. I mean, that deck, look at that. I mean, you can see a little bit of it here, right? But otherwise, both the deck coat or the water, all of it looks like it's all just the same value, because it kind of is. Let's crank this up a little here. And now we're back to 50. It's wild to see that every time, right, Velfira? Obi-Wan, yeah, sometimes, well, you got to do those longer prints where you don't have to maybe worry about something weird going on with electricity or whatever. You try and do it when things are very stable. That's another reason why I did this over the winter. That's kind of my prime time for printing. Well, at least the resin style prints. The Grand Oracle, I don't know if you've noticed that the bamboo does really well. Let's say something gets interrupted. Remember we were talking about the what's that? The UPC backups when they start screaming and stuff. Well, then I just have to turn those off, and well, the printer goes off as well. It just picks right back up again. I start it up, and it just picks right back up where it left off. I don't think I'd want, maybe in the newer resin printers, that's not that big a deal. But I don't think I'd want to be making a habit out of that with the Mono X printers. Velfira, I was expecting it. It's the same old story, right? We're expecting it, and it's still kind of a weird shock to see it happen in front of our eyes. Even though it's completely anticipated, it's still one of those, wow, look at that. Actually, a little bit of our yellow is still going to be on the outside of that. Yeah, like I said, it's super easy to make the adjustments when you're doing the oils in freehand. And this one, I knew this center line here was going to be a wee bit tricksy. Let me get a little bit of the that mid-range brown. It's not really a dark brown necessarily. Oh, thanks, Obi-Wan. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, Velfira, they definitely... in the case of my brother, they keep running towards him. He's always... it's not just a deer in the headlights. They actually start running towards him. And he lives out in the hinterlands in Wisconsin there, so he's literally running into him all the time. Now, Armored Wolf, that snow that you were showing me in the pictures where the rabbit used to be, I wasn't sure if that was fresh snow. And if you've come anywhere near keeping pace with last November's snowfall, I don't think so. Nice to see you again there, Arto Michael. Of course, Arto Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Okay, I think now we're getting this pretty well solidified here. So yeah, Armored Wolf, are you at maybe, I don't know, 32-ish inches so far in November? If that much. Might actually be below 30. Now this meatball is a little bit darker than the one on a Kagi. Of course, Artemika, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Here's hoping that game that you were working on, that continues to progress very nicely. Oh yeah, sure, Obi-Wan. Yeah, I think, well, I might have, I thought I mentioned it earlier, maybe I forgot. But yeah, you want to shoot Instagram links in there. Get just some thinner sitting on that. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Artemika and that Obi-Wan shared. So please go check out those links and say lots of kind words and kudos to Obi-Wan and to Artemika. Yeah, Armored Wolf, that's well, I guess it is still only the 18th. There are 12 days to go yet. So there's time. I forget what there was one particular mega snow that you guys had last November. I know there was a little bit of chips and chops there. There was, 2 inches there, 3 inches there, then 20, then an inch, then 4. Put the red back in, and then we'll come back with our white. The next thing though is I am going to try and get some stuff on the water here too. So again, everybody please check out the link that Obi-Wan just shared. Now we're also going to try and get into our fast matte white here for some of the markings. These will be much lighter now with the fast matte white. And again, an hour ago there was no paint on this whatsoever. Well, that'll be changing for you, Artemika. Oh yeah, that's going to be definitely changing. I don't think it's going to be like a nor'easter or something like that, but there could be some snow coming there. Yeah, it's going to get a little bit more active, shall we say, and not quite so much with the 70s. It was not anywhere near that warm here. I think it was maybe 60 something. So I guess you did end up with the record-breaking November temperatures. We did not get those here. They kept talking about it. I mean, it was, I guess you could say it was warm-ish for this time in November, but there was no 70 degrees. Let me start breaking this down into individual. There we go. This too. Break that down a little more. I'll start cleaning up maybe a couple of these edges too. Push that back a little bit here. And again, not too much thinner. It essentially turns into almost a pin line wash. It's not quite like we're working, say, on one of our FDM style prints, but still. Okay, now that's been pushed. We need to push this one back this way a little. Now we got to get these individual lines going here. Also, that elevator, does we need it to be that, whoops, gray, not that, too much thinner on that brush. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Happy, still happy Monday there, Sarge. Happy Monday. So Sarge, more of our IJN here. We're back to it. This time Kaga, which at least according to what I saw, because the first pictures that popped up were actually of an amphibious landing type ship for helicopters and such, and I said, well, okay. I didn't think I had to be specific and say World War II Kaga, but okay. And of course, Sarge, if you want to share the Tiger, actually, Sarge, have you had any chance to work on that over the last couple of weeks? I know you didn't have any time when you were away because you were traveling and such, but I wasn't sure if maybe once the travel was over that you had a chance to sit down and mess around with the 800 interlocking roll wheels, which I'm sure every tanker must have felt like that was 800,000 as they're trying to do maintenance on those things while things get dicey around them. So I'm going to push this a little. There we go. Okay. Maybe even into this, because that's probably where the net was here. And of course, this was one, just like a Kagi, one of the Kirubutai, and one of the 4 ships to get taken out at Midway. Now, I think my weight... Yeah, see, that's had a little chance to sit up. There's not quite as much thinner in there, which means now I can get at these again. Because these can definitely be lighter. Because everything we've done so far is pretty much just the sketching. Just to place those lines out there. And again, before I do any kind of final stuff on the water, I want to get this as completed as possible here with all of our freehand on the deck. So Sarge, hopefully there wasn't too much, speaking of weather things, hopefully it didn't get too hairy down there. I know there was all kinds of school closures and such in Oklahoma. I don't know if the same was happening in Texas. And speaking of cooler weather, I guess actually, well, it's not going to get down into the 30s or something like that, but we're not going to have frozen windmills again, but it will get frostier down there. Apparently it was in the high 70s or something. Again, just keeping on with my markings here, right down this center line. Just using what was sketched there already. Next one. The next one. Rinse and repeat all the way to the stern. All the way down. So there. Let's see, was that starting to march this way a little bit? Okay. Not a problem. Let's get that our tan. And we'll just get rid of some of that and maybe make the whole teensy bit darker. Something like that. A little more separation to do. Let's see, that's going to be there. Close out this part of the gray portion of the deck there. Just overall a much darker gray on Kaga than we did I have on Kagi. Alright, got my lighter stuff. Again, we're going to try these again, and we're going to push them towards starboard a bit more. Okay. Again, they have to go all the way to the stern here. Oh, there's too much paint. I could see that right away. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see ya. Doji, please go ahead, and like always, and share your oil painting Instagram link there so that folks can check that out. Happy Tuesday, of course. And now back to, so what I'm probably going to do is, in a few here, I'm just going to wash some of the turquoise and such off of my hands, because otherwise when I go to handle the other ships, we'll be getting that stuff on them. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. We gotta carry that down this way. There we go. Okay. See, now don't go anywhere. I do have to. We have a inordinate amount of the of that turquoise on me there. And again, when I go to grab the other ships, since there's no base or anything for me to hang on to, we'll be transferring a little bit too much to those guys. So again, don't go anywhere, because we've got a whole bunch more that we want to do. Speaking of which, I do want to probably get to the water next. So give me 1 second here. Almost there. Let's get back to it here. Now that we're minus some of the color of our water. Alright, let this up here needs to get a little bit of clean up there. That's not supposed to be that heavy. Darken that down a little more, and then let's do some little bit of edge cleanup over there, and also make that deck around a little bit darker. Because the lighter we make the wood color here, right, then our lines are not going to show up quite so much. No, that's got too much of the black. I need more. Just the again, that's our souped up umber there. Doji, hopefully you have a chance to mess around some more with all the new paints that you got. I know that you've been itching to get at those. Let me hit this some more with it's not our darkest dark. It's a little bit more of a mid-tone. And actually these, I'm going to try and straighten out these two lines as well. Yeah, not too much of the thinner though. And some of this. Yeah, let's magnify that a little more. Little more. That's also not quite as much of a square as we want. Now I get this a circle. Gotta make that stronger too. Well, that's I can't wait to see that. That'll be fantastic, Doji. And again, well, you have one color that is definitely very staining. Boy, Doji, I'm trying to think the last time I actually had a chance to use cadmium colors at all. It's been a long time. Can you see what we're doing here? Let me move this back down a little. Lighten this up a touch here. Because the idea is we do all of this, then we start working on some of the later portion, maybe even do a little bit of some glazy stuff there, then do the water, and then we have to come back up here, and then we have to do, ironically enough, some weathering on the deck too. But this paint, it won't be dry, but it will be more set, and that's what we got to wait for. And Doji, what's wild about the Perlane Crimson is as soon as you mix it with any kind of light color, it looks very dingy on the palette. It's the craziest thing, but then you put it on the figure, and it does not look dingy at all. It's the weirdest thing. There are a couple of other colors that do that same deal. Now, here we're going to lighten this up a bit more. No, that didn't quite go where it was supposed to, but it's not a problem. Because again, with the oils, it's super easy to make adjustments to the freehand. So I think, yeah, the back deck there's all pretty well set. Let me get Some Van Dyke brown here. Just want to get that in that stack. Now I'm looking to, I think, do some controlled glaze stuff in here. Not too much. Get some of the Mars black, some of the Van Dyke brown in there. Again, not a ton. Trying to do some strategery here with this. Up here on the anti-aircraft gun mounts there. Not going too crazy with that. Another crazy little sponson down there. Not even sure what that is. Let me see if I can get this here. Get the, yeah, we've got too much of the color of the water on that. Here we just need to level it out. That freeboard is so darn low there, holy smokes. That is insanely low. Okay. You know what, let me just, I'm gonna use a different brush here to try and get some extra little dark here on these crazy casemated guns down there. Yeah, Doji, I think you're gonna really like that. I think that's gonna be super. Yeah, it's been a while since there's been kind of the prototypical classic pre-glaze on stream. I think the last time we did it, and that was something where we really specifically needed to do that. And I forget what it was. I mean, you could almost say that maybe some of our hobbit holes had pre-glaze on them. I hope that's not getting too late here by our bow. And I'm just trying to take away some of our color of the water that got up onto the hole here. That hell, I have a lot of that on the port side. I don't know about the starboard side. I don't think as much. That might be a little too. Let me get some of the not radiant indigo. And now let's do what we did on the starboard side here on the port side, where we have this teensy tiny, well, I mean, of course, in 1/1800 scale, this is probably still a good 18 feet or something like that over the water here, even this line right there. Okay, so we can't get too much of that center in our ice blue here, but we again got these casemated guns. No, that's too light. We'll cut that down a little bit. Probably get some of my weathering color down here too. I mean, it is all in shadow anyways. All there. Alright, now back to some of the darker stuff for this. No, that is too much of the light stuff in there. Now, okay. That's better. Get back to this brush here real quick. So this is part of our Imperial Japanese Navy. This is Kaga. Last week we did a Kagi. We also did a cruiser, if I remember right. Oh no, we did Nagato. That's right. Well, this coming Monday we'll be doing a whole bunch of cruisers. I think I know I've got 3 of them printed out. I think I actually have 2 of them prepped and on their bases. There's a 3rd one, and I think there's a 3rd and a 4th one. Probably the light cruisers. Those probably still need to get printed out. No, that is getting too light too quickly here. Let's back up on that. Of course, on the starboard side here, this is where the supports were. Keep going with this. Yeah, this spots in here also got hit with some of the core I was putting on the water. Does that show? No. We'll just go with the gray on these sponsons here. I have no idea what's on these sponsons here. So Doji, I'll be doing some pictures of what I got done so far, the Regia Marina. And we'll try to get one on the U.S. fleet. Now that I've got that 3x3x3 photo booth, that is possible. Obviously, I don't have any painted wave mat or whatever to throw on the underside of them, so we'll just kind of have to use the 3x3x3 as it is. But even now with our Japanese Navy, I've got 1, 2, 3. I think I got 4. This is at least number 5. If we can get those 3 cruisers on the next episode, that's going to give us either that or a cruiser. Yeah, I think I'll do the 3 cruisers. I know I have a couple of destroyers. And that'll be an Instagram post most likely. What I'd like to do also is try that my little round table thing, my little rotating display thing, and maybe even have a video of them. So now we're going to try and go a little bit later on, again, some of these sponsons, some of the anti-aircraft guns. This. Lighten the edge of that up a little bit, and then we'll get, again, some of our rust in here. So 1 hour 27 minutes ago, this had absolutely no paint on it. It happens quick. Don't blink. Now I see you there, Sarge. Yeah, so Sarge, I don't know if there was some more internet stuff or Twitch being twitchy on the phone or something like that. But yeah, I haven't. That's the first message that I've seen since you came in, actually. Twitch was being super weird for Blades on Blades' stream. You just never know what kind of new weird stuff Twitch is gonna do. Lighten up that a little bit there too. So Doji, I don't know if you saw Smaug, but Smaug is now posted to the Patreon page. That thing is absolutely massive. It is gigantic. Hey there, Night Whisper, how you doing? Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, thank you so much for the raid. Guess what we're doing again? Yeah, we're back to Armada Mondays, and we're back to our Imperial Japanese Navy. And we're continuing with the Kirubutai. This is Kaga. 99 minutes ago, there was no paint on it. I know you're shocked. And this is a Kagi from last week. So, Night Whisper, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And everybody, please check out the oil painted goodness that Night Whisper is going to share. So again, Night Whisper, thanks for the raid. Hopefully your Monday/Tuesday goes well. Trying to get no, I better go over. Yeah, better go over there because there was a whole lot of thinner on that. That would have created pin line wash. Well, we don't want a pin line wash. So thanks for the raid, Night Whisper. Always appreciate that. Now, let me see if I can get some of my later stuff up here. Right up next to the ship here. I might even put some more fast mat white out for that, too. That's our stuff from Gambling here. There it is. Yeah, Night Whisper, it's always kind of a... you want to take those pictures right, but it kind of has that post, not dried shininess to it. And I'm sure that looks fantastic. Boy, oh boy, I gotta remember to shoot Moonlight Minis a message just to see how they're doing. I know I got a message from Mr. Moonlight Minis, but that was I think last month or whatever. I think they had some questions about Adepticon. Yeah, oh, there we go. There we are. That's what we really need here is, again, some of our lighter light on the water. We also, we haven't forgotten about our blending brush either. We'll keep our blending brush handy. Because reasons, and any brush can be a blending brush, of course. So yeah, Night Whisper, if you would like to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Hopefully the stream was a blast. I'm sure it was. Where's that blending brush? There he is. And, oh yeah, this one's going to get carried all the way out to the edge here. Again, with the blending brush. There. Now, of course, we had here, right, that really low freeboard, so we had to go back in there and kind of restore that. Now we can kind of get back to the water. Make this lighter too, but it's not just you can see how it's intermittent, it's broken up, right? It's not regular. Waves are at irregular intervals, irregular sizes and shapes. Yeah, I think that's going to also come out to the edge. Now we'll do that on the starboard side here. That bow crest. We still have to go lighter with just the ambient waves there. That's just our ocean that it's cutting through. Where's my blending brush here? You can see how much lighter that is on Akagi. Mostly doing this with the fast matte white. More they kicking that up over here again along the side of the hull, and then some of it goes out all the way to the edge here. And we go here. More light right up again. Nope, not too much of that. Gotta get the thinner going here. Push this back here. So again, as irregular as possible. Lighten this up a little. And we got this to make much light. It seems light now. Actually, ironically, some of that is the shiny reflection there of the phthalo of the phthalo green. And as irregular as possible. And remember, these waves are actually sculpted on here. I think you can maybe see it on one of our destroyers. Yep, there you go. You can see, so that's actually sculpted on there. Oh, we have another wave. We never did this one right here. Actually, the primer was still technically not even dry on this ship when I had to start painting it here. A little bit of a white, yeah, right along the top of the deck right there. I think this mount over here, yeah, we're gonna get that later. And these crazy sponsons here, I mean, this is just insane. That's not a support for printing. That is actually, that's a support that was there on the ship. Because again, it was another one of those converted battle cruisers. See if I can catch a little bit more of the light again along the right there on the jack. Yeah, it was a little higher than that was supposed to go. So I'm just gonna take some of that away with the blending brush and we'll have another go with it, and that is better. Just gonna get some of the paint out of that brush. I will use this one here, I think, to get to some of the later stuff here on the churn. Just breaking down again some more of that fast matte white over here. Yeah, and you can see how much lighter that can be. But even in this part of the chart, I don't necessarily want it to be straight up 100% white. You can see it is starting to mix with what's out here, that seafoam green. That's what we want. All that water churned up by the props there. Pushing it over towards the port side. Now we'll start pushing this over towards starboard. Even this not necessarily 100% pure white just yet. Night Whisper, I don't, is it this Sunday that there's supposed to be a council of miniature painters? I think so. I think it's earlier because they can't do it, obviously, on the Thanksgiving Sunday. To the, yeah, I can still make that lighter over here again, all the way right up at the edge. Then we're going to actually take our not black is black, do the edge here so we also get a little bit less stuff on my hands. Let's work it this way here. Lighter there. Another little wave out here. Break that up a little bit more there. Okay, that's better. Now, do I actually have any of my water here? Well, I know I have some in this container. I don't have my, oh, I do have my squeeze bottle over here. There we go. So that would be this stuff right here. This is not the blackest black. It's our As we like to call it, our not black is black, black is black. Alright. We don't have to do nothing fancy here. It's just all right along the edge. I think I'll use, yeah, a little bit. Whoops, wait a minute. Let me open this up here. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Instagram page there. And that's where we, if we have finished things, that's where we try to post those. That's where the ships would go. I do have some of the ships, well, all of the ships you can go back to the previous Twitch sessions. They're all saved as highlights. But I have done some of them, shortened them down and turned them into YouTube vids. Who knows, I might even do the same with this one here. I was hoping to do it with one of the carriers because of all the freehand on it. So it could possibly be this one here. Alright, yeah, that makes such a big difference. It's easier for me to see what I got to do up here. So remember, we still got to get the rest of the regular water there that has nothing stirred up from the ship cutting through it. By the way, this is just a piece of plastic card here. And again, the water effect sculpted on. That was just sculpted on with the heavy gloss gel. Although I'm starting to, well, you could use things like the modeling paste. Yeah, Doji, there was a lot of experiments with the modeling paste as far as trying to do some almost heavy-duty sculpting with it. And I'm pretty sure that that Smaug is, potentially 2 feet long as far as the wings and everything else, and the wings are not spread out; they're actually folded. That's even crazier. So I'm just gonna get some water out here. I just need to clean out the brush here, since, well, this is not oils. All right, that is much better. Now I can really see what's going on here. You can see that it makes it even lighter. Now let's see what we're doing up here. We're going to some of our ice blue. And again, there's also texture sculpted out here, and I'm just trying to catch that with a little bit of the dry brush stuff here. And then I'm going to come back in with some of our. Actually, this is the Payne's Gray. I don't think that's indigo. Yeah, that's the Payne's Gray. That's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, of course. Especially the further away we get from the ship itself. I want that to be a little darker. So you can see that here, and I'm going to put a little bit of it down here too. Like that. And even these waves here, where it's cutting through, those can't just be a solid line. Those either need to be broken up a little bit or the edges softened on them. And I need a little bit more of my darker stuff there. Yeah, okay, now that looks more like it's actually cutting through there. Gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna go back to my my 1/1800th scale brush. No, the 18-0. Well, how about that? That would be better. So I'm going to try and get some of my lighter tan / brown over here. Because here there's a bit of the lighter lines that need to be fixed up a little bit, but not too much thinner. Of course, like we've been saying here, there's too much thinner, it turns into a pin line wash, which in this case it just means it kind of spreads all over. Maybe not as bad as say an FDM style print would, but still that will kind of spider and do some weird things. This got wiped away a little bit. There we go. So hopefully as we check this, yeah, that is mostly straight here. I'm gonna move this over a little. But here's where we can manipulate that paint, right? We can push it around, move that around. You just can't do that with the acrylics. I mean, everything has its own advantages, disadvantages, whatever. The gray out here, we need to do a little something more with that. That's got a little bit of a dry brush texture on there. A little place for my hand to rest. Touch darker. Whoops, okay. A little darker, not that much. I think we got just about where we need it now. Yep. Maybe a little dark. Let me see what happens here. I think that is more what we wanted there. Yep, yeah, I can now as I look at it from this side. Straightening out this. And oh yeah, these guys back here, we haven't really messed with this down by the stern. Hey there, Drexia. Nice to see ya. Thanks, Drexia. Hope that you're doing super well. And, well, it's a happy Tuesday here, too. So, happy Tuesday there, Drexia. And, Drexia, let's see. Yeah, we're doing some more of our Japanese ships. We're going to now go to the weathering phase. You can kind of see it here. See those streaks on there? That's what we're going to try and do here on this ship now. So thanks again, Drexia. Appreciate that. Oh, there's the asphaltum. I need that and a touch of our Mars red. And maybe a little bit more of the asphaltum here. So Drexia, for our next Armada Monday, I've got some, I had a whole batch of cruisers I think that we're going to do. Now Thursday, let me see if I can grab this here. Looks like it's in my hand. I had thought about doing this on Thursday. I think it should fit on screen, hopefully. So that's what we might be doing on Thursday. And then, ironically enough, maybe some hobbitses and some livestock on our Friday/Saturday streams. Because I need those if I'm going to be photographing our Shire Town, as we like to call it. Now I'll have to have names for Shire Town, Hobbitsville. And then, of course, the mega Hobbit city, the Hobbitopolis. And get some of this rusted by the anchor. So again, doing, you can see a little bit of rusty streaks going along there. And actually, hopefully the painting goes well. I hope everybody gets a chance to kind of keep up with their painting. Drexia, believe it or not, when you see if I can fit all of these buildings on one 6x4 board, it's gonna look like that, because that tavern is massive. That tavern is gigantic. I got 6 hobbit holes. This was the last one we did here, and this one actually now is officially Bilbo Bananigan's house here. Yep, there he is. That's Bilbo Bananigan's house. And let's see, we got 6 hobbit holes now. I have 3 more that are printed that haven't been painted yet. I got the giant tavern. We got all the farm fields that we've been doing. Heck, I even have, actually have Buckleberry Ferry. Well, there's other Hobbit terrain that I'm hoping to get some files of from Adepticon. That's got a little more of the asphalt in it again. Thanks, Drexia. Appreciate that. So Drexia, yeah, I've got I got to find all the cows and chickens and everything else. Because I really thought that if you're gonna have some kind of a Shire campaign thing, whatever, all the farm fields and animals and stuff, that would play a part of it. Now, maybe you know what? I need a bit that has less thinner in it, like this. Darken this down, or get some of the rust in here. And again, we don't want it to look like a old rust bucket. We're just trying to make it look like it's got a little bit of weathering where the seawater has kind of taken its toll. So we're even doing that a little bit on the stack here. And then remember, after a while, once this has a chance to really set, because we're about 2 hours in now, so we would probably give it at least another 35, 40 minutes before we try to do any kind of weathering stuff there on the deck. We want that free end to have a chance to set up a little bit at least. Where's my... Yeah, we'll use this as a blending brush here. Drexia have even started to try to work a little bit with AI music generation. I actually have what I think is one or two decent enough kind of Hobbiton type musical scores. And yep, we're going to try and use those in our videos featuring our hobbits and such. So again, trying to do a little bit of the weathering back there. Let me see, did we do that? No, we didn't do that on the port side. Let's do that. Let's get back here. Do a little more of that on the port side here. Yep, we didn't do this back here. And a little bit right over that railing. Now we have to get in here, especially that space in there with, again, maybe a little bit of our mid-tone gray. Nothing terribly light, but a little bit of the mid-tone gray. We'll try that here. Let's see what this is. It's a little bit on the darker side, so we're going to go, we're taking our, basically the Mars black and the ice blue. We mix those together. Hashtag no layers. That's where we're going to take ourselves a blending brush of some kind. I think we'll just use this. And we're just going to scumble that together. Hey there, Paintwater. How you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. So Paintwater, those were pretty wild, weren't they? I mean, they are so much like, it's not like the Muppet ones weren't kind of the same way, but those cat ones just so much reminded me of the gummy bear themed Lord of the Rings. And I think he even came up with some good, I think some of the names were pretty clever too, if I remember. So Paintwater, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Your Rohan, your Gondor. I know you still had a little bit more. You said that you had to finish off to get that tournament ready. Here's hoping that you've been able to knock off some more of those. Now, yeah, Paintwater, and of course, everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. His Paintwater also streams all that painting goodness. So please, again, give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. You try to get a little... No. That's going to be too light on the bow. And again, caress the brush, right? Do not crush the brush. My hand is on this brush, nowhere near that metal ferrule, is it? Yet, I think we have pretty decent control over that, don't we? Now, Paintwater, that was your Gondorian list, right? Now, Paintwater, that wasn't a legendary legion, was it? Because I think you had... I think you had... I don't know, did you have some Knights of the White Tower in there? I don't remember what was in there. Oh, geez. Now, they didn't... Well, obviously, things are in the takeaway mode with the new game, but here... Um, wow, yeah. Boy, sorry about that paint water. It's funny because I haven't had a chance to make a Rangers of Ithilien list yet. I've painted a couple of Ranger figs, but I wanted to kind of do a whole shooting match of Rangers and such. Oh, that's right. You have to include the three of them, don't you? As you were saying that, that was kind of bouncing around in my head. I'm like, I think they made you have to take something, and of course I couldn't remember that. Yeah, paint water. That's sorry about that. That is certainly no fun. And of course, paint water. If you now, I don't. I'm sure you got a best painted or something out of it, right? Paint water. Hopefully, you actually managed to win a bunch of games too, because that really is my goal. If I'm gonna get to a tournament, I actually do want to be winning games. Don't want to just be okay. We'll paint this real nice, and then we'll lose all 5 or 6 games or whatever. That's how I was super happy. The one and only bolt. Well, no, I actually did 2 bolt action tournaments. Well, there was actually one that I was actually tied for first, and then the other one I was at table 2 in the last round, so that made me very happy. Because again, I actually want to. Well, of course, now I'll never get to play my Candish army in a tournament, which is that is why we're just going to be developing our own stuff here. Now, well, I'm glad that you were able to, at least able to do it there, paint water, because that'd be a little nerve-wracking. Of well, wait a minute, what? Can't play this. Now I have to start doing our little portholes here. Also a little bit light along that edge. I have seen no mooring cleats at all on this ship whatsoever. So congratulations there, Paintwater. I think that's pretty satisfying performance there, wouldn't you say? Especially since it wasn't necessarily the list that you thought you'd be playing. Let me just, there we go. I had to soften that up, smush that up there. Of course, we don't need that over there. Just build this back in there again. So yeah, paint water. Obviously, I know that they've kind of changed it to, instead of courage 3, 4, 5, whatever the courage is. I think it's the number that you need to roll under or over. I forget what the heck it is. Now, I guess I haven't seen anything in the rumors since the last stream there, Paintwater. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I thought you had seen some kind of some more leaks as far as that would go. Steel Young, I have to get some of my. Yeah, we have to come back with a little bit of our weathering too, I think, on a couple of these surfaces. Now that, I want to see if I can make this part that's sticking out towards us a bit lighter. And again, hashtag no layers. So I'm doing this and then taking a blending brush to it and doing the rest. So yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, not that I'm ever gonna get a chance to play it anyways. So it's I don't want to get too worked up about something that's really not all that important. Because what will be next, what I do need to do is start again watching those War of the Ring board game playthroughs. There was one channel they were doing that on a regular basis, and they were doing it via Tabletop Simulator. So there was some folks from different countries playing each other. Let's see, paint water. Aren't there some spell? And I guess magic is supposed to be. It's interesting that they're nerfing magic. Apparently, that's what people are kind of saying. It seemed like more just isolated characters really were more kind of super powerful with the magic versus just in general. But then what do I know? Again, we're going to keep trying to get some of our lighter stuff here on these portals. Down here. A whole line of them right here. Very important not to have too much thinner, because what's going to happen is it'll just fill these in. And remember, the oils have true capillary action. The acrylic stuff just not going to match it. And that's why the oils are so efficient, right, at filling in those layer lines on the FDM style stuff. So yeah, I think I think with the French or something, they always had a problem because the two different words mean the exact same thing. There is no different word in French. I actually paint water. I haven't had a chance to listen to that one part of the. I think it was Two Goats or Two Trees or somebody. The ones that do the emergency podcasts, and they had one where they talked about. First, it was the magic. The second phase of it was all the heroic stuff. I never got a chance to listen to that. So that I don't know what's different there. If it's just the same heroic actions, only they got better somehow. Or if there's new heroic abilities. And are they more character specific, or are they, I guess, available to other non-named heroes? I think they got rid of tiers, right? So you don't have, what was it, Valor, Renown, what was it, Legend or whatever? Uh, I do. Oh, that's what they. There's something where some troops are elite. Okay, well let's say Citadel Guard, Knight of the White Tower. Those are elites. You can't just like have a random captain and stick a couple of those in the captain's warband. They have to be with a character of a certain tier. Now I would think it's kind of funny because my Dol Amroth army, paint water, I had obviously certain guys with 4 along the fat, certain guys with Angbor, and certain guys with Imriel. Instead of trying to, okay, we'll take this leader and we'll stick a few knights in there, a few clansmen, a few axemen. It's almost like now you would want to just keep those unit's a little bit more pure, I guess. So that I wonder, paint water again, like with say with Dol Amroth, if only say Imrahil or Forlong the Fat could actually have Swan Knights in their warband. At least that to me, that's what it sounds like. All right. Oh, those are anti-aircraft guns there. The island here, I wonder if maybe I'll have to go back into the island with some heavier darks. And I guess paint water, will it be this Saturday that it goes up for pre-order? That's the other thing. I could have sworn there was supposed to be some kind of news on that this last weekend, but again, I was occupied doing other stuff, so I did not hear or see much of anything this weekend on MESPG. We'll pick up some of our light there. It's going to go in all the way out to the edge, but not every single one of these goes all the way to the edge. Okay, so we'll paint water, I guess we'll have to be on the alert. I'm not sure when in the US that would go up for whatever, for pre-order. And of course, I'm sure that the rules for the game will be in the starter set, and you'll have to get the Armies of Middle-earth in a separate book, just like the previous version. And then, well, I guess there'll be campaign books, but I'm not so sure I'll be, well, not so sure about getting those. There we go. There's some pictures by Night Whisper. Please check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper posted, because Night Whisper worked very hard to skedaddle off to that photo booth and get those pictures for us. So please go check that out again by Night Whisper, and then please give Night Whisper a follow. Also, please give Paintwater Smalley a follow. Paintwater also posted their work there in on an Instagram link, so please check that out too. I'm going to try and make that a little lighter. Blending brush here. Yep, like that. This stuff down here, well, I don't want to make it too light, of course, since it's supposed to be all be in shadow anyhow. But here's where you can kind of see the benefit of the oils, right? Because it mixes on the fly there. I don't have to do anything. So that is going to be interesting Saturday then. I guess at least again I'm assuming, and of course we all know what the first three letters in assume are, but I am assuming this Saturday is when that's going to go up for the pre-order there. And that's pretty much what it's going to be. Wouldn't you say? Paintwater is essentially just, well, the new starter box. And that'll probably be, well, let's see, what would the price tag be on that? Somewhere around $75,000.32. And that's a conservative estimate. These will probably be a little bit more. Wow, this is actually lighter than I was thinking it was going to be. That's pretty wild. I mean, I need it to be, again, right where the stern churn should be. Testament to how he didn't go too quickly to the lightest light. And we'll do this. Now, paint water, I'm just starting to wonder if that troll and the two orcs, they might have some very powerful rules. Because them figures ain't gonna be so cheap, are they? Something tells me it's gonna be almost Dragon Emperor-like. And again, that stays in the game. Not in the books, not in the movies, but stuff that is, well, that goes away. Paint water, so I guess bank robberies are going to be at an all-time high. This probably Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So yeah, don't go to a bank on Friday. Yep, somebody might be there trying to collect some money to buy their, so they can buy their War of the Rohirrim starter set. Paint water, I know the people that say it looks too much like AOS get roundly criticized. Now, the criticism they're saying is like, well, it's an anime movie, so it's not going to look like, say, a classic Lord of the Rings figure, I guess, based on, well, the original trilogy and such. However, it doesn't really look doesn't look very much like MESBG to me. And I can understand what people are saying, however, it just, yeah, I'm not so sure. Now, I don't know what the folks around you are saying. Are they kind of yay on it, nay on it, or just kind of whatever? It's going to be so expensive, we can't get it anyhow. I am going to try and lighten up the meeple just a little bit here. Paint water, there's whatchamacallit, Diwali has been doing some sensational stuff. So between Diwali and Kurzlook, really fantastic stuff for Karn Doom, Angmar. So, and of course, now that all of the Candace stuff that they just did has been wiped out, I think they're going to be looking for a little bit of payback. So I think they are going to try and get a move on here to make those as quickly as they can. Yeah, paint water. I've been printing those out. I printed out the trolls. Actually, I don't know if you saw, they've got, I think it's pretty much Moria Goblin type stuff that's coming up. And we'll try to snag some of that. We'll try to get those printed out as well, because, well, we've been doing a giant Moria army, of course. And get some of this lighter red out here now, finally. We had the darker red. Now we're going to try and get some of the lighter red. There we go. Let's do this here. And also, I think they did some like some shades, right, and some whatchamacallit, not the wraiths, but the so, well, all kinds of crazy little spooks and specters. I know they did a new barrel. Actually, I have one of those barrel weights here. I can't quite reach them, but yeah, I know they did a whole bunch of barrel weight stuff. And I think that was in the November release. Or was it the October release? Now that went a little bit too far over our white line there. So we'll just restore that here. There we go. So that is definitely a different type of marking here than what we had on Akagi. So again, Kaga is what we're working on now. Last week we did Akagi. So there we go. So you can see the markings there on the stern. It's just amazing. I mean, this is Essex right here. So they put a number on it. That's not terribly fancy compared to your Japanese carriers there, and not super fancy. We're gonna keep hitting some of these things with their, like, maybe even the mast here. Blending brush. There you are. So I'm gonna try to get a whole bunch of hobbitses based and ready to go. Perhaps for our Friday and or Saturday streams. Because we always needed a bunch more of them, but especially now that we've done all that terrain. Just trying to clean these guys up here. Yeah, when we first sketched them out, it was just I was just like dragging the streak of lighter color across the deck, and now we're trying to really finalize these things if we can. Like this. We never hit this part of the light. Yeah, we never got this. That's still in its sketchy form right there. Same with this line over here. Now I'm going to go back to my rusty color. Nope, that's what the asphaltum. I don't want the brown ochre. Oops, okay, that's way too much of the Mars red. I think now we've got the balance we were looking for. These things look like some kind of bizarre funnels. There's so much stuff hanging off of this deck here very precariously, it looks like. Try to get a little bit more of my weathering under a few of these things. There's a whole bunch of these little pilot houses here or whatever. I can only imagine that they are maybe for directing anti-aircraft or for directing these crazy. These are more casemated turrets. Well, let me look at my reference here real quick. One sec. Okay, I can't tell if that's metal deck or if it's wooden there. But I am taking away a little bit of the lighter color on that. So the one thing that these little rust streaks and stuff do, they also kind of lend the ship a sense of scale. For whatever reason, I mean, there's a little pilot house here, another one over there, another one here. It's really weird. These are all over the place. get some of that under here. Also right there. So trying to use again these sponsons as a kind of a source for where we're gonna have the streaks. Now I think that we've got some of the lighter stuff on the waves here. I might try to cut some of that away with some of our darker gray here, especially along this part of the stuff here aft. Just trying to raise or well, make the freeboard a little bit higher here. And it's just insanely low. Oh yeah, like Armored Wolf said, I had to do that with the frozen printer, paint water. No, yeah, the Elegoo. It was either the Elegoo or whatever. It was my very first printer. It was making these hideous sounds, and of course I had no idea because it was my first printer. And I just thought, well, I know that there's that Z-axis thing. What if I put some? I just put some WD-40 on there, and that worked. And that was the stuff. It was the 3-in-1. So yeah, what Armored Wolf suggests, if it's making that noise, that's pretty much what was happening to me. So sorry, paint water, if I missed that. I could have sworn I saw all of the responses there. Alright, yeah, I think we're good there. Oh, paint water, you're gonna love this story here. So all those hobbits I'm telling you about, I had a whole bunch of them on a build print. Of course, Printing Goes Everon does the customizer. Wasn't using the customizer, but I had a whole bunch of just the heads, right? Little tiny bits and pieces that I printed. And I made the mistake, and I will not do this ever again, of having the heads right in the corner of the build plate over here. And as I was taking the build plate off of the machine, I just felt the sound of a pop, and I knew that one of those stupid little heads, tiny little heads in the corner, had fallen off and gone down into the resin. And of course, since it's the gray the gray version too, it's very opaque. I couldn't see it. I tried to just kind of fish it out with the tool, right? I even tried to stick my glove in there to see if I could maybe get that out. No way, man. I had to empty out the entire vat. And sure enough, good thing I did, because sitting there in the little filter thing was that stupid head. So yeah, I had to empty out the entire vat for no reason. There was no failed print or anything like that. But because with my finger, because I couldn't see it, right? It was on the far side of the build plate. It was in this corner here. Basically, I ended up doing this, trying to brace the plate so that I could take it off without it dropping. Oh, no problem there, Armored Wolf. But yeah, that was last night, and then it just kept getting weirder from there, because again, my editing software was acting super weird. It took several hours to render something that should have only taken maybe an hour and 45 minutes. So I had no idea what's going on with that. That's why I'm almost tempted to take this and turn this into a YouTube video so that I could just try and restart the machine and see if that's just why it was acting weird there. Back to some of our darker gray there. maybe a little bit more of a rust color. No, some of the lighter rust color. So we did darker stuff. Let me take a little look-see here at Akagi so you can see we went a little bit lighter with some of the ruster. Now we got the darker stuff in there. It's had a chance to set. And by later, I mean we're just kind of go with the Mars red. A little touch of the Mars yellow deep in there. Not doing this in a glazy way. Don't have to do a pin line wash with this stuff. And we want teensy little streaks here because that again is what's going to offer it that sense of scale. Because you can almost see like, okay, there's that window well that's got some rust coming out of it. You know what size that window well must be, right? Because you're familiar with a window, and then your brain just kind of makes those comparisons and says, well, if it's this size that I know in real life, and I see it that size on that little tiny thing, boy, that's got to be a big ship or whatever. So thanks Armada Wolf for posting the Patreon page link there. I just posted the latest video earlier today. And that one was an interesting video because I was doing all kinds of fix-it work, gap filling and such on a giant Smaug, a 3D printed Smaug. And then we also did a base for him. And there was some experimentation mixing the marble dust with some gesso, because remember I speculated that that's pretty much what the modeling paste was, and probably also what the Vallejo plastic putty is. Just marble dust and gesso. And that seems to have worked very well. And again, that video is up on the Patreon page now. You do the Patreon Army Painter thing. Get ready to binge watch because there's 2,000 hours worth of videos there. And that is an underestimation, I'm sure. That's a low ball. It could be more like 2,300. It's too much to even count because you're getting every single video that I've ever filmed since 2013. And since I add about 20 hours of new vids every month, it's impossible to keep up. See you later there, Night Whisperer. Have a good one. Thanks again for the raid, and everybody please give Night Whisperer a follow if you could. So thanks, Night Whisperer. Who knows, maybe we'll see you on the Thursday, Friday, or Saturday streams. I guess technically we'll sort of almost be streaming this Sunday. If there is the Council of Miniature Painters then. Man, I won't be the one streaming, that'll be Monster Den. Let me try and get some of this dark back in here. Over there. And I think I want that to be lighter as well. Or I mean darker, sorry, so that these can be made lighter. Let me try this. Hopefully that's not going to be too light. I'd like it to be just a mid-tone. There's too much fuzz on that brush. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that and tack this again. Get these guys, and now I see that I still have to bring in the dirt. There we go. I needed a little bit of thinner to make it flow down in there. Now here again, do we go dark on this? Well, when in doubt, make things darker. Then we'll take, I guess, some mid-tone stuff here, and we're going to try and get these beams there. You know what? That could probably be lighter. Nice to see again there, Inganes, and also Jack. So Inganes, hopefully the printing goes well. Let me check. Let me see what Bambi Cam is doing here. Oh, here it is. Because I'm printing out another one of those Tree Man planter things here. So let's see what this is looking at. It's about 33% done. There we go. Yeah, it's a Tree Man, basically a pot. I've actually printed out 2 of those and painted them. Most recent one was for Kathy's. No, that gave her that one over the summer. That was my sister, I think, was the latest one. Yeah, it was in October. And that's from Loot Studios. It's from a release not that long ago. So nice to see you again there, Jack. So Jack, we're on ship number 5 already of our IJN fleet. This was we did Akagi and Nagato last week. The week before we did Issei in 2 different configurations, including the battle carrier version here. Whoop, no, that's Nagato. Here it is. There's Issei and the battle carrier version. And this was our latest Hobbit hole, which officially is the resident of Bilbo Bananigans. There he is. Now you can see, let's see, 2 hours 39 minutes ago, this is what it looked like, literally, and you can see the water texture that's sculpted on there. Now I've been doing this with the heavy gloss gel. However, you could also do that, say, with the the modeling paste. Let me grab some of these guys here. Okay. So yeah, Jack, we did, believe it or not, 6 Hobbit holes so far. We've done 6 of those things. Those are all printed from Miniature Land. I've got more on the way from Conquest, Creations, and also Printing Goes Ever On. And of course, Jack, if there's anything you want to post in the chat, same thing there in Ganes. If there's something you've been working on, you want to post in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, that's going to be too light. Too light there. Let me try this. Even that's a little bit lighter than I wanted it to be. We'll back off of that a little. So, and all of my references, it pretty much shows the, like in general, your IJN ships, they didn't have that sort of bluish steel gray. It was more of a warmish flat gray. And they didn't really do much with any kind of dazzle camo until later in the war, when they were trying to make things look like they were, well, having foliage on them. Or I don't remember which carrier it was, where they literally tried to paint gun turrets on there to make you think that there was some, either one of their old style battleships or something. Well, I hope that's been super fun there and not too much doldrums or too much tedium. That's the word I'm looking for, tedium. You don't mind a little bit of work, but if it becomes tedious, that starts to take away some of the fun. Boy, that is just a mid-tone, yet it seems so light in comparison, because we were pretty efficient at getting the dark in there. Speaking of light, I'm just going to maybe hit that a little bit more. Some more of our white here. All right. These little portals here, I'm going to try and read those later. And then the windows on the bridge here. Those looking a little bit soft there. Alright, so we'll have a very yummy breakfast there, Jack. And again, happy Tuesday. Still trying, and there's all these crazy little pilot houses and such. It's almost a bit like one of those crazy late 1800s era French battleships or something. There's stuff hanging off of the sides everywhere. I think let me grab a Kagi here. So yeah, I'm gonna go okay a little bit darker now in some of these. A little bit darker. I'm just get the paint out of this thing here. And I'll use maybe this brush for it. Yeah. And I'm going to try a Prussian blue for the most part. Maybe a touch of the Perline black. So not the phthalo green, but the Perline black. That's a super dark green. And we're going to choose a couple of like this one here. So see, I'm going to sneak in some of that dark. And that's kind of a dry brush. Look at this. That's a dry brush. It looks like we just wet blended that because, well, oils. So again, that is the benefit of the oils, that you can do the super dry brushy type stuff, and yet it blends like you're just doing it wet into wet, which means less time, also less drying time. Doing the same thing here. So now, see how that little bit, we're going to leave that one lighter, and then we'll just throw a little bit of the dark in there. A little more on this wave, not over here, maybe not even here, then all the way back here, even closer to the stern. Get another hit there, so this starts to look even lighter because we made that darker. You know what, I'm going to do some of that back over here too. So again, that makes, see how much lighter it makes that look? Everything is kind of relative. You need the visual cues. That's why we always say the contrast is more than just light versus dark. And even edge contrast is a thing. Not just light versus dark. You have warm versus cool. You have saturated versus unsaturated. Hard edges versus soft edges. You have, and of course, just, well, contrasting colors, red versus green, yellow versus blue, and all those, again, colors that kind of oppose each other. We really don't get into color wheel stuff because that can just get confusing. So I just like to keep it simpler. Alright, is it more saturated? Right, like this red here is some of the most saturated color on the whole boat here. That phthalo green, that's a relatively saturated color down there in the water. As far as the deck goes, that's a warmer color than this, certainly warmer than the water. generally warmer colors. Your eye notices those soon. They tend to jump forward at you. More saturated colors, same deal. So in theory, you could have a blue color. You say, oh, it's a cooler color. It's going to recede compared to a warm color. Well, not necessarily. If that warm color is very dingy, which this, again, is, how's about we do ourselves a little film noir to illustrate what we're talking about. So the deck, right? It's the same value as the water. No difference there. Even the meatball there is just the same value as the deck here. That's a very saturated color. That is not. Which is why when we start just bring back a little bit of the saturation, we're maybe 15, 20%. We're getting closer to 50. Almost there. All right, now we're at 50 and poof, right? That, your eyes drawn to that because it's a more saturated color than this. Those are both warm colors. One is more saturated than the other, and that's going to have a big, big difference. And that's, again, another way you can make your miniatures a whole lot more interesting if you're trying to do, well, the contest painting and all that. You want to have... forget the realism stuff. I mean, it's a miniature. It's potentially a dragon or a tiefling or something. So yeah, you don't have to worry about necessarily realism, but you just want to give the judges really something that makes them look 2-3 times at it. Right, Artemis, how you doing? Thank you so much. So we're back to the surfboards again. Again, it might be a little bit jinky trying to ride this all the way to Valinor, but I'm up for it. It's like, dude, you smell so much like pipeweed, you're up for anything right now. Uh-oh, pipeweed was mentioned. Now, 2 streams ago, I believe we had 4 Gandalf 6s. I think we still had 1 in our last stream, despite... oh, look at that. That's a solid roll, especially for pipeweed being mentioned. So thank you so much, Artemis. Appreciate that. And hopefully that is how you pronounce it. I just kind of have that stuff on my brain because I was... was some of the... what was it? Some of the Nerixon figures that I was trying to get printed out and reorganize the printed stuff, and well, some of them were of a Greek nature. One of them actually is Artemis, so that was kind of top of my weekend brain there. Okay, now I think those windows are starting to stand out as they should. Hit some more of this here. I think that's about as light as we want that to go. There's another, well, guess what? Another little pilot house in there. Hopefully, I can reach it with this. I need some more mid-tone in here. No, it's still too light. Take our blending brush to it. There we go. Again, don't be afraid to utilize that blending brush. Now I'm going to try some of my radiant green here and the radiant turquoise. Nope, not the perylene black. I want some of this. Sneak some of that right in here at the base of some of our waves, because those are looking they're looking too much like lines. I don't want them to be lines. Widening those out a little bit, again, giving them some of this kind of sea foam look here. Yeah, that should be working out. I don't think I need to go any lighter on our, basically as we like to call it, our ambient water. Yeah, I think we're good to go there. Alright, let me see something here. Let me try some here. Okay. That's got enough thinner in it, I think. Yeah, okay, just enough. It's a sort of a dry brush we're doing here. I'm gonna carry some of that up here at the bow crest. Blending brush, which we have a bunch of these. We got a bunch of these craft brushes here. And you can see some of the paint is on the brush. We're just kind of removing a little bit of paint. It also serves to kind of blend some of that stuff together. Now over here, I'm going to fill in a little bit of that. Don't want to go over the edge of it. You can see that's actual, that's not paint, well, it's painted, but that's not painted on. That's actual texture there. So those waves actually go up and over the whole of the ship there, and you can see how irregular it is. Right? There's a kind of a few little bit, and then kind of less here, then a few waves there. So it does cross over the hull. Just like what we got here. Yeah, look at that. You can see it's sculpted in. Actually, here, let me see if I can stick one of these on one of these here. Sadly, it doesn't really hold them on there. They just kind of want to pop off. Yeah. No, I don't have another one set up for that. Our next stream next Monday, at least as far as our Armada Mondays go, we are going to be painting at least 2 cruisers, possibly 3. I know I know we did a couple of U.S. cruisers, and I think these here they are in one stream. Yep. So that's a pair of U.S. cruisers. We're going to be doing a couple of Japanese cruisers, at least, maybe again 3, or at least a couple of those, and then possibly a destroyer, like that one you just saw on screen there. Alrighty. Yeah. Look at this again. Tempted to make the the regular water here a little bit darker in a few places. So you can see how this line, it kind of gets broken there, and then it picks up back over here. All right, because we don't want hard lines everywhere. And this is sort of an in-between, not too much thinner, but also not exactly a dry brush either. This thing here is a weird, yeah, that's a little bit crazy on the back of that. We need to alter this a little. Alright, and now this. So we soften that up. Trying to do the same here, kind of taking out the just that hard line. Now I think here I also need to take a little bit more of our darker water tone. Not too much thinner in there. So this is just a piece of plastic card, as you can see. I actually sand down the edges to make them as flat as possible. Yeah, I'm going to make this whole corner a little bit darker here. Now on some of the other ships, I've been using indigo. These latest few, it's been the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg, which is practically like indigo, but it's even more matte. And that actually has to do with the same reason why the Van Dyke Brown from Williamsburg is so neat. It's the charred animal bones, believe it or not. Yeah, that's what's in those things that makes it so matte and so it's got such a really powerful pigment to it. Take a little bit more of our dark all the way back here so that this becomes that much lighter. Got me another blending brush here. Poof, there it is. Shall we darken this up a little? Here's some more. This one too. So when we're talking about that edge contrast thing, what do we got here? We have a hard edge here. We have a soft edge over there, which makes this way even, it raises it up that much more than it really is. I mean, because again, it's raised slightly, so you can see what texture we have on there. Right, there you go. So you can see even the water out front of the ship also has a little bit of wave texture. And what we're trying to do is also paint the kind of the crest of those waves. Let me see if I can get after this a little bit more of our white here. Yeah, I was looking at where these waves are right up against the hull. Yep, there's one we forgot over here. I thought so. I guess, well, let me get this other brush. Plus some thinner. Take this and this. That's our fast matte white there. I'll try and catch a little more light up here against the hull. Bring that out a little bit more, then blend, blending brush here. Now here we are. That's our radiant green. Some of the radiant turquoise, a little bit more radiant turquoise. There we go. Yeah, let's do this. There we are. Also over here. Some more of that here. And yeah, we're just kind of filling. There's a few little dark areas there. We're just trying to fill those in. That's again with the seafoam stuff here. And take this. Nope, not the pearly black. I want the phthalo green and then some of the Prussian blue here. Doing the same thing. It's kind of, again, a dry brush there. Believe me, that brush is very much lighter than it was when I first started putting this on it, because what's it doing? It's picking up the paint that's already on here, right, and transferring that onto the brush. Yeah, I wanted to get this stuff a little bit darker out here on the edge, because unless this thing has about six screws on there, it's not really gonna be churned up that much this far outboard here. So let's take a little bit of that away. There we go. Darken that up some. Again, it's very minimal. Alright. This down here, I mean, that's really, really dark down there. I think we should get a little bit of something lighter here. Now let me, I might even leave some of the, that's what turquoise color in there. We'll mix it with our gray, because this is looking really, really dark down here. I'm going to try and get this just slightly lighter. It also is the color of our water, at least more towards the color of our water, because it should be reflecting at least that bit of the water. I'll use this as a blending brush here. Thank you so much, Armada Wood, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. And everybody, please also check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page for all things dice bag, leather working, and also metal working. But especially the leather work, gotta go check that out. So Armored Wolf, I'm really curious to see how those holographic stickers will appear. Well, now basically I have a comparison between that and Sticker Mule, because Sticker Mule doesn't give you a choice where they say, okay, do you want us to put the holographic stuff where we think it should go? Or do you have a specific place where you want it to go? So I told him, I kind of went back and forth. They said, well, put it where the dark stuff is. And then I changed it. I said, no, put it where the light stuff is. And I chose the Dark Queen Schmaladro one because it was the only thing I had that had that distinct, where I could just tell them, all right, put it here or put it there. The other designs would have been more nebulous for at least a test. And yeah, I know, Armored Wolf, you those signs that you made for Ursa were fantastic. And hopefully all the, I don't know if you wanted to post a link to the classes there, but I think those are all sold out now, right? I know there was a few spots left as of a few days ago. Okay, yeah, this just needed a little bit more light in it. It was just going to be a little bit too dark. And even that is a bit of a micro dry brush right there. Pop this into here. Yep, that needs to be a little more mid-tone in there too. Now on this, remember, okay, so we're about 3 hours in. That's where we're going to try and get at least a little bit. You see, you can see what we did there. A little bit of essentially weathering, and that's well, we're talking about micro dry brush, right? Well, that's going to be this here. We got some of the Van Dyke Brown in there. And the idea is we're just going to very, very, very gently dry brush over some of this stuff here. Yeah, Armored Wolf, there was no choice with the sticker mules to actually believe. Oh, that's supposed to show up tomorrow. Yeah, because well, now it's the 19th. Yeah, that's supposed to show up tomorrow. So Armored Wolf, that was a Kaha, I think, right? You have, she's coming. That was what I was thinking. Is that was those special classes? Unless that's LVO. Sorry if I'm getting my everything mixed up again. The brain not working so well. See that? It's right over the meatball right there. And this is all wet. If I had pressed that brush a little bit harder, would have just smeared all that instead of just getting this to basically ride on top of it. Let's see if I can get this up and over this down here again. I don't want to smear it. So yeah, that's this weekend. I thought so. I knew it had to be coming out real soon. Yeah, again, that's being toned down and it's not being smeared because I've barely holding on to that brush. And I'm going to try and get that back here on our not quite barber stripes there. Doing a little bit of it here again. I mean, this infinitesimally light dry brush right there. I'm going to do the little bit right over there on that part of the meal. Again, just to interrupt that, it can't just be, if it's like it's just like put on there like a decal, well, then it's just going to look like that. It's not a decal. That's all been free-handed, all painted with oils, all wet into wet. And again, just in certain places here, try to put a little bit of streaking, a little bit of staining over the top of this. Kind of by the elevator here. Now let me look at my reference here, because again, I think that's more of just the net right there. Okay. I think I need to have a little something on the edge of the elevator here. Let me try and lighten this up a smidge. See what's going to happen with this. Right along this this edge here like you do. And then a little bit along here. Yep. Let me try to get a little more of the almost reflected light here under these. Tiny little bit there. Not much. That may be a little bit too much of the greenish gray there. Aha, this side has some too. Nah, I'm gonna go back to my gray. Okay, here we are. Trying to get that little bit of light right in here. And also do brushstroke direction. That can be a thing, right? We're trying to do directional brushstrokes here. Because, well, that's going to help to indicate, right, that there's just some, in general, just kind of streaking, not necessarily rust streaks. Sometimes that's just weather, the rain streaks or whatever, and it just, it'll be either lighter, darker, whatever. And yeah, it's not necessarily a rust streak either. Sticking with this grade. Now, it is infused a little bit with our cooler color, I have to say. Along the island here, there's a couple of... see, there's not much. There's a whole bunch of nothing right here. Also over here. Might try to lighten it, well, again, more of a mid-tone. It's not really, not necessarily light. We're talking about mid-tones. Let's say you got a value range of 1 through 10. Well, your sort of lighter or highlight color range is going to be kind of that 1 through 3. Shadows, probably 8, 9, 10. Well, that kind of range for that 4 through 7 range, well, that is going to be your area of your midtones, and most colors, as far as their value, fall into that range, not the highlighted shadows. Most people, they tend to really focus in on, say, highlights and or shadows. They do end up with a lot of midtones, but not necessarily for the right reason. Yeah, sometimes not quite for the right reason. It's because maybe they didn't get any deep shadows in there, so everything looks like just midtones. Now again, over here I'm going to try and do a little bit of cleanup stuff, because this is where we had some of the support nubs. They generally end up on the starboard side, because when you print these, they have to be tilted over. And, well, especially with the carriers, right, I want to tilt them on the side of the island. And with our Now with our regular ships, you have to tilt them over so that at least there's some supports going under the superstructure. Alright, so we've done that. Now I'm going to see if I can maybe put the little dark dots of some portals in there. Something like this. I think this is the brush we wanted to use. Alright. And these end up being too big. Can just kind of start those up again. I think we're doing okay. I'm going to try and get a little sharper edge under that. Also under this. Yeah, let me try and reclaim a little dark underneath there and underneath here. Hey there, Era. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Eric a follow. As always, Eric, if you want to share your Pinterest links in the chat there, please go ahead. And I don't know if you're able to do any off-stream painting of the dice towers. But again, you want to share the dice towers, please go ahead and do that in the chat there. Everybody, please check out the Pinterest links. Some fabulous jewelry, and now some very fabulous dice towers. Because I think you had 5 of them painted. I'm glad at least you were able to get that primed. So that seems, oh, you must be, yeah, it sounds like you're doing the outdoor spray priming and such. Actually, here right now I have a, it's actually the 3rd one of these that I've done. It's from Loot Studios, and it's actually basically a pot, you know, just for plants, whatever, and it's shaped like a green man, or basically like an ant. And it's got a really interesting look on its face. And I painted one for Kathy's sister and then one for my sister. I'm trying to get one for here. Well, now is that, I guess that's going to be several sessions on stream, and of course, I do believe this Thursday at 7 Pacific will be our next stream. And again, everybody please give Eardicam Wife a follow. I'm going to try and darken that up a little bit. I think we... Yes, I might even darken those up a little bit too. So here. And then here. Again, on these crazy sponsons. I'm going to try and darken this up, or at least sharpen this edge. Yeah, that's a little sharper now. So I'm going to throw this dark on here. That's also going to help encourage that look of reflected light. Now we'll take the blending brush, soften all that up. Now, yeah, Era, that sounds really amazing. Well, now you'll have to get the Loot Studios DM screen, which is actually like a giant castle wall with crenellations and towers and such. Because, you know, you don't have enough work to do there. That's again. That's I think this month's Arthurian release from Loot Studios. I won't be printing that out. I mean, it's a neat file. I wonder maybe one day, whatever. But that's not super necessary for MESPG, so that'll be in the weight pile there. Yeah, you got a few things that you could work on, right? I mean, that doesn't even include all the jewelry projects that you're working on. So I'm trying to get find a little bit more in the way of some lighter tan here on the deck. Yeah, not too much. Oh, and again, 3 hours 23 minutes ago, it was literally this same color primer because I brushed it on at the same time. So that is what it looked like. You can see the water texture on there. This is all just painted with oils. This is a 1/1800 scale 3D print from Cocos Models. So it's Lee McCall. He has all kinds of fantastic fleets for Second World War era ships. British, French, German, American, Japanese, and Italian ships too. He's got World War I files, and he also has Age of Sail files too. Eventually we'll get around to those Age of Sail files, but for as many of these ships as we've done, we're only just getting started on our Second World War era here, because we have 2 fleet packs for the Japanese, plus all the individual ships. There's a fleet pack for the Italian fleet, I think also with some individual ships. 2 fleet packs for the US and Great Britain, also with individual ships. So basically ships like, say, maybe Essex, Montana class, Issei, those are individual ships that you have to kind of buy one by one, and then of course there's your fleet packs. Gonna lighten this again, just trying to find a few areas of the deck to make a little bit lighter. Kind of crazy battle cruiser hull conversion here. I mean, look at that. As low as the freeboard was on a Kaga, well, that's about the same, but you can kind of see there. We had 2 converted battle cruiser hulls there. That distinct kind of long, narrow, with the higher freeboard here, and then the really, really low freeboard when you get to the stern. You can always tell your more modern era ships because the freeboard does not have any alteration to it. So we'll just show you the best way to compare. Here is a tale of 2 cruisers. So you can see there the freeboard just has a little gentle slope to it, whereas here you can see it's higher here and then it gets lower as you get towards the stern. So again, that is a distinct feature of older ships versus newer ships. Catching a couple lighter boards in here. I'm gonna try and catch a little more. Let me just let some of the white get into that. Wasn't going to initially, but I think we will now. So Irid, I guess wasn't sure just how cold it was going to get up there for you, because it will finally be. Well, I mean, it's not like it's abnormal weather here. It's warmer than usual, but I think it's gonna now get to really more like typical November weather here. Apparently it must have been super warm down south. Okay, getting more of that lighter tan down in here. Maybe go one more step lighter on some of these boards, see what happens here. Okay, for a Thursday stream, I was originally going to do another Hobbit hole, but I've got a as I was looking for other things, I found the riders for those snakes, and those are the Titan Forge ones. So now I have the other two that belong with this one, and I was thinking of at least painting that one on the Thursday stream. It'll have object source lighting. We haven't had object source lighting on this channel since, well, this stream, so clearly it's been far too long since we've had object source lighting. Yeah, Arid, I could definitely see that. Actually, Arid, that's where I'm wondering, you know, I was talking about the anodyne device in the last stream. I wonder if that could be helpful for that too. At least, you know, it's not going to cure it, but it could minimize it quite a bit. So again, it's not just lighter there, but also getting a little bit of texture in on that too. Anything, yeah, we'll keep going with this a little bit more. Right on the front part of our deck color. You know what? Tiny bit lighter. Gotta make sure there's not too much thinner on there though. Because not only do I not want that to turn into a pinline wash, I also don't want it to necessarily flow super freely either. This elevator over here, I think if I get this a little lighter around it, that's going to stand out a bit more. Can we get some of my gray in here? This the ice blue mixed with some of the Van Dyke brown here. I gotta go a little lighter. There we are, and still kind of doing some of those streaks there as well. I'm going to try some of that over here. Yep, there we go. It's really promoting. Yeah, it doesn't have to, it's not necessarily it's a big rust bucket, but kind of the rain and the weathering itself, it does leave those kind of streaks. It'll even do them on your vehicle too, if it sits in one place long enough. Maybe hit this with a little bit more of our lighter stuff. Yeah, like that. In there. My reference didn't show that there was any deck texture. I'm going to look at my reference again. So yeah, that's so no wood texture, just which means I want to get rid of okay, that's probably just yeah, that's not something you'd be walking on over there. Okay, that's a little bit different than what I thought. I'm going to change that over here too. Now that I can see what that actually is. Now we'll kind of get the edge of it. Let's get the edge of this deck right here. Is that light enough? Almost. I'm going to push that inboard here a little bit. A little bit more of that light in here. And same deal here with the streaks on the stack. Again, and it's vented down like this and away. The whole point was to keep that smoke away from your flight operations. The US idea was just make that stack super, super, super tall. I mean, here, well, where's my Lexington class? There it is. One's a Lexington / Saratoga class. So you can see look at the size of that stack there. That is pretty insane. I think in an earlier iteration there was also another stack that went all the way back here. I mean, all the way to the stern almost. Trying to get my blending brush out here. And now in these things, I have put some dark there. I'm going to try and do this. Let me see if I can separate these with a little light there. Now let me do the other side and then we'll have to come back. Another one over here. And there. On the edge of our flight deck there. A little something here to delineate that. Make it look like it's going this way. And 3 hours 36 minutes ago, again, this is what we had, because that I brushed down the primer actually on these two ships and at least two other ones all at the same time earlier this evening. And it's just a Badger Steiner res. It's just a black Steiner res mixed with the Prussian blue ink. That's all it is. And I've got a bunch of videos where we kind of took that to even more of an extreme, like this one here. We actually made basically a fluorescent primer, and most of the face even was also painted with primer. And then the cloak didn't have to do very much with the oils because, again, we did something we call primer painting. I mean, the Badger Steiner res, I think now there must be 30 colors of primer. There are some paint ranges that don't have 30 colors in them. So, needless to say, We do a lot of mixing and blending of the primers now to make essentially the color that we really need. So again, this is Kaga in its 1942 deck scheme. Of course, that is the Midway era. And of course, it was one of the 4 Kirubutai carriers that was taken out in the Battle of Midway. Thank you so much, Victor. Appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbits. He also seems to love these little surfboards. It's like, I gotta say, I'm kind of maybe I am just a surfing kind of dude. I like myself some weed and I like to surf. It's like that's not a surfboard. It's like, sure it is. Thank you so much for that follow, Victor. Appreciate that. We had a 5 on our last Gandalf 6. Now, what's gonna happen here? Uh-oh. See what happens when you mention pipeweed. You get the 1 instead of the big Gandalf 6. Thank you so much, Victor. Appreciate that. Again, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. And happy Tuesday as well. Maybe I didn't want that quite so late there. We'll roll with it. We'll roll with it, no big deal. Now let me get this brush instead. I'm going to roll a little lighter. Right there. Again, just little minor streaks right there. And again, this is a 3D printed chip, 1/1800 scale from Cocos Models. That's Lee McCall. You can find him on My Mini Factory. Again, there's a lot of fleet packs, but you can get ships individually. You don't have to necessarily get carriers, battleships, destroyers, cruisers. You could just get whatever you're looking for. Not sure if we'll do the I-400 series of submarines for IJN. I do believe, I was told that he has Surcouf, and that's going to be again part of our French Navy, part of the Marine Nationale. And that is the, well, speaking of other ships with cruiser guns, remember the Lexington/Saratoga class they were originally outfitted with 8-inch guns. I mean, literally the same turrets you would see on a Indianapolis or something like that type of cruiser. It's really insane to think of them with guns that large. There was, I believe, only one time that I know of where a carrier, well, let's see, there was there was a couple of occasions, but say a fleet carrier, we're not talking about escort carriers here, where a fleet carrier was sunk by gunfire. I do believe that was Scharnhorst v. Glorious off the coast of Norway. So I think that's the only time really that you had a fleet level carrier that wasn't hit by a sub or bombs or whatever. Once again, a touch lighter on the bridge here in a few places. Let's see if I can do something right now. It's getting too late. Too late. We're gonna back away from that. You know what? I think there's... No, that's not really another piece of oil. That's still too late, so we'll back away a little more. I think we can roll with this now. And again, I don't want too much of the rust here, so we're gonna just get a bit more of the deck color on that. I'm gonna try and improve the edge on these sponsons all the way down here. Okay, we got that one. Now let's do the lighter portion on that. I think we're already here on this one. Yep, we're already there on that one. So I don't know if it's the Kaga or the Akagi, that there was a drawing that someone made after these things had been on fire for 12 hours or so. There was basically this and this. The whole rest of this flight that was all collapsed into the ship, and it looks like a big dip in there. It hadn't sunk, but basically almost the end. There was a point where they thought, well, maybe we could tow that back, and they said, nope. I mean, it basically was just a hull at that point. Trying to get a little bit of light on those windows there on the bridge. See if I can make these things. I don't know, we have kind of the highlight on the top and then not much underneath. I don't know, there's also another dark that I got to do right here. Let me do that first. Let me do that to get this barrel separated from the deck. It's pretty hard to do because it's literally attached to the deck because, well, for printing purposes, unless he was going to make separate little turrets for all those things, which I don't think there was any chance of him doing. Now, does darker up here make sense, or... Okay, so we're going to do this, and then we'll take our little bit of seafoam green color in there. Again, a little something like reflected light, because that's an angled surface and it is facing down towards the water. So if you check out that $15 Army Painter link there, that gets you every single tutorial I've ever filmed since 2013. That's 11 years worth of tutorial vids. Oh, and for those wondering, not all of those are oil painting either. There's a whole bunch of acrylic ones. In fact, even after all of this oil painting, it's still safe to say that at least half of those videos, maybe even more than half, are acrylic. I'm still making more acrylic videos too, especially when it comes to things using the things like the inks here, and mixing with the primers and some other stuff. We'll actually be doing some airbrush style videos now for the first time ever. Never done a specific Patreon airbrush video, and that's I'll be working on those later this month. That I don't want it to be too light, but it's okay because I'm going to be blending it anyway. There again, so you can see we got these streaks going on here. And lighten this up a little bit more on this side of it too. Sneaking a little bit of light over there. We're gonna do the same thing we did over here. See, somehow we were able to get the dark really nice. But now we need a little bit of light under here. Where's a blending brush that I can just try and use this guy here. Because we got paint that's already there. We're just letting that all get smushed together. See if we can go a little bit light right there, and now we've really got ourselves an edge that stands out. This one over here, is it just, well, okay. We'll go back to our later stuff here. And try that one more time. And now we'll go back to our dark here. And that'll be our Payne's Gray. Our Williamsburg Payne's Gray, by the way. A super intense, super dark gray. Really love it. Now, these little interior crevices. You know what, I might go back into those. I'm just trying to feather this a little bit here. It just kind of goes from really dark to really light real fast. And no transition there. Alright, so I think now we've got enough of our mid-tone. Let me try going back to something that's a bit lighter. This is maybe like a value 2. Yes. That's basically what we needed there. To make this come forward and that other stuff recede. We're pretty good on the railings and gun shields there, looks like. Are we gonna, yeah, we'll lighten this up a little. On the edge there. Touch lighter here. This platform over here, let me get some light on the edge of that. And on the stack up here, also a little bit lighter. So this Thursday, we're going to take a little quick return to the Tomb Kings again. I'm going to be painting another one of our sneaky snakes here. And we'll paint it just like this. Right here. Only we're going to be able to have some object source lighting on this one that we're doing. So yes, more object source lighting. More Tomb Kings. It's one that I had prepped, always intending to paint it on stream, and then the rider and snakes got separated from each other, and now they are reunited. And it's only because I was looking for something else that I couldn't find, still haven't found. Okay, using the dark to separate the two guns from each other. Now let's see if we can come back at it with some more of our light again. See if we can make this work here. Tiny, tiny little barrels. Nope, gotta go lighter. Maybe some more. Get a little bit of the fast matte white into there. Since I have to thin this down a little bit too, not thinning it down too much, because then it will just become a pin line wash, and well, then it's just gonna go all over the place. Because remember, the oil paints, they have real capillary action. The acrylics have some, but nowhere near what the oils have. You know what? I'm going to get a little bit more light on the top of the island here. Still trying to hit those windows a little bit more. Obviously, the mast has been somewhat simplified. Let me see if I can also sharpen up this. Again, Akagi had 2 of those or 3. It had, oh yeah, 2 of those, and they were much more extensive. Let me hit this again too. And the next Monday, when we get back to our Armada Mondays, that is going to be, I think we're just going to go with a cruiser party. Yeah, all cruisers all the time. Trying to get, again, this leading edge here a little bit lighter so that it looks like it's coming towards us. And then this part of the sponson is in shadow. And I'm going to try and the front of the elevator there, and then here, just going to do a little something on this one gray section here. Never did get the really light stuff, I think, on these markings that are on this elevator here. Let me see if we can do this here. Nope, there is too much paint on that brush. Okay, that might be a little better. And there, okay. Now I feel like we've got those pretty much unified. So again, the fast matte white, a little bit of the, little bit of our ice blue. Mixed together. So I want to leave that, say, a little bit of streaking along the meatball right there. Got one of the more unfortunate choices for ship recognition markings. Yeah, probably not the bestest idea. Because even on German tanks, the Balkan ruse was enough of a literally targeting crosshair that most German crews try to get rid of those things as soon as they left the factory. And I'm just trying to, not gonna do all of those 100%. I do need to connect this though. And we're just going to try and do some cleanup stuff here on this center line. Like up here. Still need to separate that. So we'll take our darker stuff, and that should work right there. to darken this part of the gray down because we've been lightening the deck color there. And we'll darken this down here. And again, this was our primer color. That was the Blackstone Rose mixed with that Prussian blue ink. And you can see it's changed quite a bit over the last 3 hours, 58 minutes. All painted with oil paints, traditional artist oil paints, just right out of the tube. Nothing fancy. So that's going to be some of our Mars Black, some of the Indigo here. Or Payne's Gray, sorry. The Payne's Gray, just to cool it down a little bit. To make that go even further into the recess. Again, cooler colors generally recede, especially if they're really kind of dingy cool colors. So I do think now that we've got this at a pretty good state here. So I think that means it's just about time to do a bit of a raid there. Again, this is 3D printed from Cocos Models. Started on this 4 hours ago, and now we've got a nice little partner to our other Kirubutai carrier. So we have Kaga and Akagi side by side. And of course, thank you so much, Armor Wolf, for all of the moderations. We appreciate that. And again, our Thursday stream, this is what we're looking to be painting here. Right, that's a pretty huge. That has one solid chunk of resin right there, let me tell you. Oh, thanks, Paintwater. Appreciate you being here. And again, we appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers, also the raids. We appreciate all that. I'm going to get this raid countdown underway here. And again, don't miss our Thursday stream where we get back into those Tomb Kings, and we are going to again paint that one with this color scheme right here. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll catch you on Thursday.